Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon, sir.
I hope you are doing well.
Yes, sir, we are fine.
Thank God.
And you?
I'm doing well, by God's grace.
We thank God.
So we are starting right away. We are continuing from where we left off. This time we are considering pricing in tourism. Pricing in tourism. Pricing in tourism. As you know, every product has a price. See, every product has a price. So price is a very important element when it comes to competition among firms. So there's the need for us to pay attention to pricing in tourism. In doing this, we want to first look at the objectives. What are the objectives? I mean, pricing objectives. What are the pricing methods or pricing approaches? When it comes to pricing objectives, we can divide them into three. First, we talk about profit-oriented pricing objectives. Profit-oriented. You see, profit-oriented, which means that this one, the firm is interested in making profit, interested in maximizing profit. So they establish price with a view to achieving a certain targeted profit or to maximize profit. Now, when we talk about the target price, that target profit, they are expressed as percentage return on investment or sales. Percentage return on investment or sales. Then a typical pricing formula that we have is the Hubbard formula, which is applied in hotel business. See, which is applied in hotel business. We'll look at it into some details very soon. Now, when it comes to maximizing profit, the firm, as you know, the firm will try to set that price that will enable it to achieve the highest or the greatest profit as much as possible. And here too, the yield management is an example. Yield management is an example. We'll also look at yield management very soon into some details. So the second category is sales-oriented pricing objectives. Sales-oriented pricing objectives. So here, the focus is on, increasing sales volumes, or capturing a larger share of the market, but not so much on profit. So here, the objective of the firm is to capture the larger share of the market. See, the largest share of the market. And in fact, we said sales-oriented pricing can fit into the competitive strategy of a firm. Sales-oriented pricing can fit into the competitive strategy of a firm. The last but not the least is the status quo-oriented pricing. Status quo-oriented pricing. So here, the firm tries to keep a certain position relative to the competitors. So here, the target is to maintain a certain position relative to the competitors. And this can also be called competitive pricing. Competitive pricing. So here, a firm tries to match its competitors' prices closely. See, firms will try to look at what other their competitors are doing in terms of pricing, and also try to match it as closely as possible. This is what we refer to as the follow the leader approach. Follow the leader approach. So firms will try to copy, or will try to, should I say, look at what their competitors are doing, especially the leader is doing, and then try to match the price as much as possible. Then pricing approaches. Pricing approaches. What are the pricing approaches that we can talk about? We can talk about three of them, three methods. We can talk about the Hilbert formula. We have mentioned it again. We'll come to it very soon. Then break-even analysis and yield management. Okay, yield management. So these are the three. These are three methods that come to mind when you are talking about pricing approaches or pricing methods: the Hilbert, the break-even analysis, and yield management. According to Morrison, 1989, you can distinguish between sophisticated pricing approach or method, or sophisticated and then multi-stage approaches. So this gentleman tries to draw a distinction between these three. So let's take each of them and then try to unpack what is in there. For unsophisticated approaches, as the name suggests, it's not sophisticated. So it's not based on any rigorous research, right? The price is not based on any rigorous research. It's not influenced by or informed by any kind of rigorous research, or some costs are incurred. But it's based on we say intuition of the entrepreneur. Morrison mentions four of such approaches. One, he talks about competitive approach. So here, that firm or that company will try to set the price by looking at what other competitors are doing in terms of pricing. See, based on the competitors' prices, and then based on that, that company or firm also set a price. Then two, follow the leader approach, and you see that it's similar to the competitive approach. Okay, and this one is usually applied by smaller market share companies. For example, Burger King will follow McDonald's price changes. See, Burger and McDonald, they are American companies that produces and sell burger, as you know, burger. All manner of them. Then intuitive approach. So as I mentioned earlier on, this one is not informed by any scientific research or sophisticated research, but it's just based on the intuition of the entrepreneur, what the entrepreneur feels is appropriate price to charge, then goes ahead to do that. Then we have the rule of thumb or traditional approach. See, rule of thumb or traditional approach. What are some of the rule of thumb approaches? You can identify two main ones, which are very well known. You can talk about maybe hotel sector. In the hotel sector, they believe that you should charge, if you are a hotelier, you should charge, here we have used euros, €1 per 1,000 euro investment cost. See, €1 per 1,000 euro investment cost. So it means that if you build a hotel and then the investment that you made per room is, let's say, 100,000, it means that you should charge 100. See, you should charge 100 euros. So the room rate should be 100 euros. So this is one example of a rule of thumb approach or traditional approach. It's been established by the stakeholders in that the hotel sector, that if you construct a hotel, maybe 100-bedroom hotel, and then for every room, the investment that you pump into them, each of the rooms is, let's say, 100,000 Ghana cedis. So in that case, if you have to charge room rate per day, it should be 100 Ghana cedis. You charge every 1 cedi, every 1,000 investment that you made. The second one has to do with the restaurant sector. There's also a rule of thumb there, the restaurant sector, where you multiply the food cost by a factor of 2.5. That's the food cost of a particular dish. So if I'm to give you a plate of fufu with all the meat, whatever, or fish or what have you, all inclusive, and I spend about 100 cedis in buying the ingredients and the rest. If I'm to sell it to a buyer, a customer, I should multiply it by 2.5. So it means that 100 cedis fufu, 100 cedis cost of producing fufu. If I'm to charge, it should be 250. It should be 250. Okay. So if you spend about 50 cedis in preparing a particular dish for a customer, how much do you have to charge? This is simple mathematics. How much do you have to charge? I hope you are there. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, I was asking you a question. There was silence, so I thought you had all run away and left me here.
So you charge
No, sir.
125.
No, sir, we are
No,
there.
sir, we are there.
Okay.
Right here.
So I'm saying that if you prepare a plate of meal, a certain kind of meal, and you incurred 50 cedis in buying the ingredients and the rest to put that together with maybe the gas you use, whatever, everything together, it costs you 50 cedis. if you are to sell it to a customer or to a buyer, how much would it cost?
Well, it will cost 125.
Yes, 125. So that's it. So these are the two well-known rule of thumb approaches. You see, that of hotel and that of restaurant. There are two well-known rule of thumb approaches. Okay. So that is it. There are sophisticated approaches. Sophisticated approaches. That one, as the name suggests, sophisticated. So it means that it takes a lot of factors into consideration. Okay. According to Morrison again, we can come out with a number of them. So the following method that we are going to look at are part of the sophisticated approaches. So you have target pricing. That's where the target is usually set in terms of specific returns on investment. See, specific returns on investment. Again, we have cited the Hibbert formula, which we'll look at very soon. The Hibbert formula. So the target is usually set in terms of a specific return on investment. Then we have the price discounting and price discrimination. So as you know, discount, when you buy anything, you get a discount. It means that you don't pay the actual price, you pay something less. Okay, so you offer rate below the rack rate or below what has been advertised. That is the discounting price. Okay, then you have the discriminatory pricing. That is, as the name suggests, you discriminate in terms of the prices that you charge. Maybe some customers will attract a high price for the same product as whereas other customers may be charged lower price for the same product. The new pricing, the new product pricing, and that one involves, setting a different price for a new product, And setting price for a new product, people use all manner of strategies, right? All manner of strategies, different strategies to introduce a new product. But two best known ones are price skimming. See, price skimming. That is an artificially high price for a new product. An artificially high price for a new product. Because a new product, producers try to increase the price from the very onset, charge a higher price. Some people, when they see that something has a high price, they attribute it to they link it to the value of the thing, or maybe it's of good quality or value of the quality of the product. They'll say, oh, it's a good quality, fresh, a new one on the market. So I assume that it will be of higher quality. So high price are charged for such new product. We call that one price skimming. Then you have penetration pricing. Penetration pricing, as the name suggests, you are a new product, you are a new company, you have produced something new, you want to penetrate into the market. You want to capture a sizable share of the market. I don't think you're going with a very high price. See, so this one, they introduced the new product at a very low price. At a very low price. Okay, it's very low price. Then price lining. This is where the firm pre-establishes prices that it feels confident to attract customers. Then psychological pricing, where slightly lower prices are used to give customers the impression that they are receiving something extra. When you go to this supermarket or malls, shopping malls, you see a lot of them. So you see something, they'll price something like maybe 10.99. You see? 10.99 or 100.99 and so forth and so on. You see, they are all examples of psychological pricing. You see, psychological pricing. So if you see it, you think that, oh, at least this one is cheap compared to the other one, then you jump at it and then you buy. So that's psychological pricing. You see, psychological pricing. Then leader pricing, where a firm offers a product for a short time at a price below its actual cost. Leader pricing. So the firm offers a product for a short time at a price below its actual cost, or offers something special with the purchase of a product. See, something special with the purchase of a product. So maybe you buy something and you are giving something else. Maybe you buy a beer from somewhere and you are giving something else. Or you buy spaghetti or you buy pizza and you are giving maybe a canned drink in addition to that. That's leader pricing. Okay. So let's look at the multi-stage approach. So multi-stage approach. So this one, according to Morrison, the pricing should consider 9 factors. 9 factors. 1, competitors. Customer characteristics. Customer demand volumes. Cost, channels, corporate objectives, corporate image and positioning, complementary services and facilities. Then consistency with marketing mix elements and strategy. So if you want the multi-stage approach to be very, very effective, then they should be based on the factors we have outlined above. See, the factors we have outlined above. So we expect that this will help a firm in deciding which is the best price approach and the most appropriate price level. Yes, so we are back to the Hibbert formula for determining room rate. Hibbert formula for determining the room rate. So as I've already indicated, this is a typical method of determining target price in the hotel sector. And this method, it considers a lot of factors. Okay, a lot of factors. The rack rate is a result of different steps. The calculated price should be considered as an orientation rate, So we are saying that the Hilbert formula is cost-oriented. However, this approach ignores the demand side. See, the Hilbert formula ignores the demand side and some critical supply side variables. For example, competitive position of the company. But the calculated price can always be adjusted to take into account the hotel positioning and the pricing policy of competitors. Seeing that the calculated price can always be adjusted. You can always adjust it to take into account the hotel positioning and the pricing policy of competitors. Yield management. It originated in the airline sector, and it's a method for managing capacity profitably. Then what is this? It can be defined as selling the right inventory unit to the right type of customer at the right time and for the right price. That's the yield management. Selling the right inventory unit to the right type of customer at the right time and for the right price. So the problem is to determine how much to sell, at what price, and to which segment. How much to sell, at what price, and to which segment. Okay. So the yield management comes under the profit-oriented pricing objective. Okay. So here, the firm aims to maximize profit. At the same time, it's also an application of discriminatory pricing. An application of discriminating pricing. So when you consider the hotel business, yield is calculated as the occupancy rate multiplied by the average room rate. See, occupancy rate multiplied by the average room rate. So it's equal to, as you can see the equation there, it's room nights sold divided by room available times actual average rate divided by room rate potential. Yield management focuses on two basic elements. One, allocation of capacity to the right type of customer and demand at the right price in order to maximize your revenue or your yield. To have a successful yield management system, a number of basic conditions must be somehow satisfied. So the first, which is necessary, is that the possibility of segmenting should be able to segment the market or segment the demand, and also segment according to willingness to pay. So that first necessary condition, it should be possible for that firm to segment the demand. In other words, segment the market. And also be able to segment based on willingness to pay. Based on willingness to pay. So if you are going to segment, that means that you must take into consideration the demand elasticity. Okay. Demand elasticity. And it also means that the segment show different demand elasticity. Different demand elasticity. So the second condition has to do with similarity of inventory unit. Similarity of inventory unit. That inventory unit that you are, going to sell, they should be the same. They should be similar. Okay, rooms or seats. The pricing system also requires that the product can be sold well in advance. See, to be able to the product can be sold well in advance. And that historical demand and booking patterns and a good information system are always available. So when it comes to yield management, there are further things that you should consider, or you should avert your minds to. That is fixed capacity. Fixed capacity. Fixed capacity. As you know, many sectors in tourism are confronted with capacity constraints. Capacity constraints. Okay.
Bluetooth mode.
Then you should bear in mind that you can encounter high fixed cost. See, there's a possibility of encountering a high fixed cost because of fixed capacity. So if you have a fixed capacity and you want to enhance it, it goes with a high fixed cost. Then we also have to consider the fact that all tourism products, as we know, are perishable. They are perishable. Kindly mute those. If you don't have any question or contribution to make, kindly mute yourself so that you don't give us any feedback. Okay. So when it comes to yield management, as I showed you how to calculate it here, you see, these are other considerations that we should take note of. Supply trends. We have already looked at demand trends. So definitely, we need to also know the supply trends. The supply trends. So that if anybody wants to go into that sector, to any aspect of the tourism sector, that can influence your decision making, or that can influence your choices that you make in this sector. And then the trends are various, right? They are various. But we are going to limit ourselves to only major trends that have a great or particular economic impact. So we can talk about these 6 of them. More destinations, concentration movement in the tourism sector, movement in the hotel sector. Can talk about branding. Can talk about technological evolution affecting tourism. Technological evolution affecting tourism. Can talk about new types of accommodation and attractions. So here we have something called time sharing. We have cruises. We have the inclusive holiday villages, explorations, and theme parks. So let's try to throw some light on each of them. More destinations. More and more or new destinations are being discovered here and there, or new destinations are coming to being. The world is becoming increasingly explored. Adventure tourism is in the picture. Many are going on adventure. Many want to see different things, and so forth and so on. I talk about mountains, tourist submarines, end of the earth, etc. So once you have more destinations, they also go with product variety in the destinations. So you go to a destination and you have variety. Then concentration movement in the tourism sector. And this one, you say it is very manifest. It manifests itself in several sectors of the tourism industry. Here we are talking about air transport, hotel groups, tour operators, travel agents, and so forth and so on. You see concentration movement in these areas of tourism sector. So let's look at concentration movement in the tourism sector continued. So let's take air, the air market, the world air market. So the world air market is dominated by three big alliances. See, it's dominated by three big alliances. And we have the Star Alliance with all these companies, Lufthansa, United Airlines, Canada Air, Air New Zealand, and so forth and so on. Okay. Then we have One World, including American Airlines, British Airways. So all these belong to One World. Then the Sky Team. So you have Air France, you have Delta, you have KLM, or the Sky Team. I know Ethiopian Airline is, I think, is a member of the Star or Sky. I think Sky Team. So if you put all these three alliances together, they constitute about 50%, nearly 50% of the passengers, passenger carriage. You see, so they carry up to about 50% of the passengers or the air travelers. Okay, so you can see that you have a case of an oligopoly situation or oligopolistic competition. So still on the alliances, we can make a distinction between complementary alliances and then parallel alliances. So, and other alliances. So complementary alliances, we're talking about maybe two carriers who have separate non-overlapping routes, networks, which they link through an airport, coordinating flights and connections and feeding traffic to each other. Okay, feeding traffic to each other. So maybe two air carriers belonging to the same maybe group or having an alliance with each other, maybe they don't operate on the same routes, they don't overlap, then one can carry passengers from one airport to another for those passengers to catch the other alliance's flight to their final destination. See, to their final destination. It is very common in the airline market. So as you know, once they are not competing, amongst themselves, competition has its own advantages, you see, like can result in maybe reduced price and the rest. But here, because their alliances are complementary, it doesn't impact on the alliance doesn't impact on the competition, but of course will definitely improve the airline's economics. 2, parallel alliances. Parallel alliances, maybe there may be 2 airlines, which at first they may be competitors flying the same route, but once they sign this kind of alliance, it means that now they will not fly the same route, they will go their separate ways. That's parallel alliances. Parallel alliances. So again, one of the disadvantages associated with this is that they don't encourage competition. They don't encourage competition. Okay. And once they don't impact on competition, once it doesn't encourage competition. So once it doesn't bring about competition, don't expect that prices will decrease. And of course, once they are not flying the same route, there's a likelihood that you experience fewer flight in that airport. See, you don't, because of the alliance that you have entered into, they don't fly the same route. They go their separate ways because of alliance. Maybe KLM, I'm just saying it, or Emirates, you say that, no, we have entered into this pact, alliance, power alliance. It means that where KLM passes or flies its route, flies, maybe Emirates will not go there. Emirates will not go there. That's what it means. When it comes to accommodation sector too, we have a similar trend going on there. We have a similar trend. That one major advantage to be derived from all these alliances, or if these maybe airlines concentrate, hotels concentrate, even tour operators or car rental firms concentrate, is that it leads to economies of scale. See, it leads to economies of scale and also economies of scope, and ultimately will lead to lower prices. The other aspect, the other side of it is that they can become monopoly or monopolists. They may have too much power and they can do one of things in the market. That's the other side of it. Because if they become too large, they might gain some monopoly power. See? Monopoly power. when they become too powerful, it can bring about its own problems. Movement in the hotel sector. Okay, now I want to look at some of the movement in the hotel sector. As you know, the hotel sector is the backbone of the accommodation industry and is the dominant one. Of course, as you know, is the dominant one, and keeps growing. And as you know, the hotel sector is also the most labor-intensive sector of tourism. Labor-intensive sector of tourism, right? Because in a hotel, as you all know, in a hotel, you employ all manner of people, unskilled and semi-skilled and all that. They are there, they are numbers. Because if you are going to employ people to sweep or clean the rooms and the rest, you don't need people with university degree. You see, you don't need people with university degree. And those activities are done by human beings. So the hotel sector tends to employ more labor, the most labor-intensive sector of tourism, that's the hotel sector. Again, as we highlighted earlier on, the hotel sector is also characterized by concentration movement, growing concentration movement. Of course, there may be other small-scale enterprises that are dominant somewhere. So the sector is characterized by increasing chain penetration and a growing number of franchise hotels. The largest hotel group is called Sendant. And this group neither owns nor runs a single hotel. See, neither owns or runs a single hotel. Okay. The typical franchises are Sendant, with the examples of, they're all foreign international hotels. So if you are not a type who travels a lot, you may not know them. Bars, hotels, we have Brands, Holiday Inn, and so forth and so on, Intercontinental. So you have Choice, you have ECO. You have ECO, as part of ECO Group, is the Novotel. I think the Novotel, we used to have one in Accra. I'm sure it's still there. You have also another form of affiliation, and that is the management contract. And this takes its origin from the USA. Management contract. So what the function of hotel brands in this context is to ease expansion and provide assurance to hotel investors of the strength of the management of any hotel. So management contract. So we may have those who have invested in the hotel, but they have contracted the management of the hotel to a group of people, another company. Okay. So we mentioned the most important hotel management companies are all over the world. The most important hotel management companies are Marriott International, Marriott, and so forth and so on. So these are all examples of hotel management companies that we have all over the world, the most important ones. Then look at branding. So the question is, why do we have to, if you are a hotelier, why do you have to brand You have to brand your company so that people can easily identify your company. So positioning and branding are strongly interrelated. You see? So on the basis of the positioning chosen, the firm or destination seeks to project this position to the marketplace through the development of distinct and strong brands. Strong brand. Okay. Strong brand. So what is branding? Branding is an identifying mark for consumers who cannot see the wood for the forest. Okay. So branding is becoming increasingly important for the large tourism groups and for destinations to distinguish themselves from competitors and competing products. So when you go online, you see the battle going on, a battle of brands. See, battle of brands. When you talk about destinations, the branding takes the form of a corporate identity. What that destination can identify itself with. You see? And when it comes to branding, you have basic elements. And the basic elements are what you call isotype, logotype, and baseline. So all these are basic elements when it comes to branding. Isotype. So if you want to brand yourself, or if you have a company you want to brand it, these are the basic elements: isotype, logotype, and baseline. So when you take Spain, for example, the corporate identity of Spain is well known. Then, with the son of Myro as the isotype. So son of Myro as the isotype. You see that? So Spain, the corporate identity of Spain, its isotype is son of Myro. Then Espana, look at the way it has been spelled. Espana, as you might have seen on TV or in some publications. Espana is the logotype. Logotype. Spain marks as a baseline. Spain marks as a baseline. As a baseline. At first, the Spain's baseline was Spain, everything under the sun. Spain, everything under the sun. And then passion for life. Passion for life. So all these, so that's a catchy statement to position, maybe in this case, Spain, when it comes to tourism. See, when it comes to tourism. I think Ghana too, you can think along this line. I think we used to have a, which one? Something to the sub-region or something. I forgot. It's not established one, but they used to mention it. See, they used to mention it. So the Canary Islands use a baseline, Canarias, warm nature. Canarias, warm nature. Let's look at technological evolution affecting tourism. It has affected tourism in two different aspects: transportation and information technology. Transportation and information technology. So with the technology in the transportation sector, you have been able to decrease transportation costs or shortened travel times. As a result of technology, larger and faster aircraft are being developed. Newer and faster high-speed trains and ever larger cruise ships are under construction. So that's what technology has done to this sector. What about information technology? As we all know, the information technology is changing at an incredible pace. And for the travel industry or for the tourism sector, information is a lifeblood because prospective tourists may need information to take a decision to travel, a decision to tour. So information is a lifeblood. Whereas the information that will connect tourists, tour operators, travel agents, and tourism industry suppliers, information. Because if you have an attractive site somewhere and you don't provide information to the general public for them to consider it in their decision making, it cannot work well. You cannot achieve the benefit you want to achieve out of that. And also, when it comes to, we can talk about the largest and most important information systems in the tourism sector, and that is the computer reservation systems. Computer reservation systems. See, the largest and most important information system that we can talk of in this sector. That is computer reservation systems. And you know the important role the internet is playing. Internet is referred to as the network of networks. So two of its most used functions, as you know, is what? Electronic mail, email, and the www, World Wide Web. www, World Wide Web. These are two of its most used functions. You see, these are the two most used functions on the internet. And as you know, this is facilitating travel. See, facilitating travel. Because with the help of the internet, somebody can sit in the comfort of his room in Accra or Cape or UCC here, and then plan his travel, book a plane ticket, book a hotel, even book the transport taxi from airport to the hotel. Everything can sit in the comfort of your room. With the aid of the internet, you can do all this. You can book all that. So you see how it has facilitated the travel business. New types of accommodation and attractions. So now we have new types of accommodations and attractions. First, we'll talk about these four: time sharing, cruises, all inclusive resorts, and theme parks. What's a timeshare? It's simply referred to as an interval ownership. The timeshare, interval ownership. It's a form of multi-ownership of property, of which examples can be found in the business sector, as well as in the leisure sector. So what is it? It is a periodic right of use or occupation where property is divided on a temporal rather than fiscal basis. Temporal rather than fiscal basis. So for example, if you are somebody who always take a holiday in, let's say, Dubai, from a certain period to another period. Maybe every year you take a month holiday in Dubai. So you see that anytime you go there, you have to maybe rent a hotel. Okay. So instead of renting a hotel, you can just acquire a certain property. Okay. Well, it could also be a hotel, but you acquire a certain that type, not entire hotel. Maybe the building said that self-contained apartment somewhere, because you know that every year you go on a holiday in Dubai, you acquire yourself that property so that when you go, you don't bother about accommodation as you go and then make use of that particular facility. But because you know that you'll not be there throughout the year, the same property can be owned by another person at different time of the year. Maybe you go there from December to January, 1st December to maybe to 1st January, or whatever the time that you want. Now, you see that once you go on holiday and come back home, that facility can lie idle, can stand like that, idle like that till the following year. So the same facility can be acquired by another person. See, another person, maybe within the year. It could be more than a year. You know, in some cases, can be 20 years, 10 years, you know, it depends. So that so it means that when it's time for you to go on holiday, you make use of it. Another time, when another person also goes there, he makes use of it. Okay, so that's a multi-ownership of a property, multi-ownership. So the same property is owned by maybe 4 people, and they go and make use of it at stipulated times. Okay, so it is a periodic right of use or occupation where property is divided on a temporal rather than fiscal basis. You see that? It confers on a number of purchases the right to the exclusive and full use of property and facilities for predetermined periods of year. And this right is transferable. Meaning that if they say January 1st December to January 1st, for one reason or the other, I'm not able to go on holiday to Dubai, I can transfer it to somebody else to also go and make use of it. It's transferable. So there are 2 forms of timeshare. That's what we call timeshare. There are 2 forms of timeshare. The first, there is a real property right. See, for example, weekly blocks, lasting up to 20 years to perpetuity. So lasting up to 20 years or to perpetuity. Okay. The second form concerns a contractual right. Corporation or leasehold. What are some of the economic benefits of time sharing for a destination? So if a destination, let's say Ghana, you have a number of this arrangement in place in Ghana, what are some of the advantages? As you know, timeshare holders are not poor people. You see, it's only rich people who can afford to do this kind of thing. So if you have this arrangement in a destination in Ghana, many of them, it means that our tourism sector will flourish. You see, will flourish if you have a lot of these guys around. Then, if you have a lot of these around, to less pressure from the tour operator business. Less pressure from the tour operator business. See, from the tour operator business. Less pressure because now tour operators will not bother to go looking for hotel rooms and the rest for, so at least it uses their pressure. Higher occupancy rates, because once you know that every 1st December to 1st I'll go, it's only, there's likelihood that almost every time you go, because it's something you have planned in advance and it's there. Okay, that's what I said, higher occupancy rates. More responsible tourists, as I said, these are gurus. So they are responsible people, and so forth and so on. What are some of the advantages and disadvantages to the consumer? So we have looked at some advantages or benefit to the destination. Now, we want to look at some advantages and disadvantages to the consumer. One, consumers also benefit from good accommodation and recreational facilities. But that facility is not, as I said, it's not meant for poor people. It's for the business gurus. Okay. So because of that, the facilities will be apt, will be of high quality. You see, high quality. Consumers are linked to a single destination. To cope with this, Asian companies have been established which provided a mechanism for timeshare owners to swap their weeks in one resort with weeks in another. Yeah, so this can be seen to be one of the should I say disadvantages to the consumer, because once you are linked to a particular destination, every year is the same destination that you have to go every year. Okay, every year the customer is linked to that particular single destination. But maybe you also want to change, have some change and go elsewhere. See, that's the disadvantage you're talking about. But you have companies that deal with this kind of thing, that like they serve as intermediaries, trying to help people to either swap their periods in one destination for another one, swap it with another. Okay, so substitute that one for another destination. There are companies that play that, should I say, intermediary kind of role. Cruises. This sector is also going fast, very fast. It's going very, very fast. And because it's going very fast, it has had an impact on a number of destinations. You see, and even some destinations or several destinations in the Caribbean, for example, are complaining of the fall in the use of traditional overnight accommodation. So now tourists are opting for cruises rather than the traditional overnight accommodation, that is staying in the hotel and the rest. They prefer going on a cruise. See, I will show you the world's largest cruise ship. I think I have a video on my machine. I'll try and then show if it works fine. If it doesn't work, then another time. Then you have all-inclusive resort. All-inclusive resort. See, this is the type of new type of accommodation I talk about. All-inclusive resort. See. The new type of accommodation and attractions that we're talking about here, all-inclusive. So as the name suggests, holidays where virtually everything is included in one prepaid price. In one prepaid price. Okay, in one prepaid price. In one prepaid price. From airport, even baggage handling, government taxes, rooms, all meals, snacks, drinks, and cigarettes, to the use of all facilities and equipment, coaches and instructors. Even some gratuities that you pay, maybe tips, you go to a hotel, you tipping and those things, they are all included. So you only pay the price and you are ready to go. You don't worry your head, don't worry yourself with any kind of thing. Everything has been put in place for you. That is all-inclusive resort. All-inclusive resort. Then we have theme parks. Theme parks. So these parks are concerned with entertainment and physical experiences provided by a backbone of varied rides and attractions. See, they're concerned with entertainment and physical experiences provided by a backbone of varied rides and attractions. What are the main characteristics of theme parks? They involve outdoor recreation. They are visitor destinations in their own right. They are based on rides and attractions and shows. They are constructed around the needs of visitors rather than relying on natural features. They are focused on entertainment, but are increasingly paying attention to education. So theme parks, you go to a certain place and they do all manner of activities there. All manner of activities. And they run throughout the year. All manner of activities. And it becomes more and more attractive. And when you consider the theme park all over the world, the theme parks all over the world, you can see that two of them stand out. And that is Walt Disney attractions and then Six Flags. Walt Disney. So the theme park world is dominated by these two Walt Disney attractions. If I've heard, maybe somebody will say, I went to the Disneyland. I went to the Disneyland. You have some in US, Japan, and so forth and so on. Okay, Disneyland. And even Paris. You have Paris, one in Paris. So now we see new types of theme parks being developed away from the conventional Disney type of attraction. So many of these new parks focus on a particular theme. There's also a trend in the existing and new parks to offer hotel and other accommodation, shopping facilities, shows, and even educational activities. So That is the team issues about the team packs. Then so that I can show you a little bit about the world's largest cruise ship. It is referred to as the icon of the seas. Icon of the seas. Can you see it?
No.
Or you
Me,
can't
I
see the
can't
video?
see.
No, dog. You can't see anything.
You can't see the video?
No, please.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
what is showing on
presentation is
your?
off.
It's off.
Yeah.
Yes, your screen is off.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we can see it.
I'm trying to show. You can't see?
No, dog. The screen is not
Or
showing.
you can't hear anything?
Please,
The
you
screen is
can
No,
showing.
we can hear.
But
We
we
can
can
hear.
see your
I can't
screen.
see the screen.
The screen is not showing.
There's nothing showing on the screen. On the
Yes.
screen.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hey, then then maybe I thought it's showing on my screen here. I'm trying it again. If it doesn't work, they choose to know it. The world's largest cruise ship is called
Okay.
Icon of the Seas. Icon of the Seas. Let me see.
Icon.
Icon of the Seas. Are we seeing something?
No, we can't see.
No, dog.
Oh,
We can see
oh,
Madam
wow.
Mary.
Yes,
Mother of
Mary's
God.
picture is there, but we can't see the screen.
You can't see anything, sir.
We see Mary's
It's
picture.
yet to show. Dog is yet to show. So keep on.
Is it showing? Not at all.
Not at all, dog.
Oh, oh. I don't know why. Oh. No improvement.
No, dog.
Oh.
Abayi phone you.
And and no sound too. No sound.
Sorry, can hear
It's not
you.
showing itself. It's not showing itself. We can hear your
No
voice,
sound.
but no sound.
Only see Mary on the screen.
Oh.
One
Best
point
Mary.
two.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why it's not showing. I don't know. I usually show it in class, but I haven't shown it online before, so I don't know whether I'm doing the right thing. Yeah. The computer guys, how do you share? It's not the same thing, the same procedure. Who are the computers? Yeah, the same thing, but it's not showing. Oh, what's wrong?
Firstly, how do we do it?
So you see, okay, I'm trying once again. I'm sharing that is. Still no showing.
Dog is not shown.
Has it shown?
It's coming. We've
Yes,
seen
sir. It's coming.
Now you have to play it now.
Is it showing?
Yes, so
Yes, sir.
Is it showing?
grow it.
Yes,
Now.
sir.
yeah.
Okay, I'm starting.
Wow.
Now please we can increase the volume.
It's about
Why is
21
it
floors.
five?
This is a cruise ship. One of the largest in the world.
It's very big.
Yeah.
Then it's like a flat or an apartment.
So save money so that we'll go on a cruise one of these days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Despite Museum.
So it's about 21 or so, 21, I would say floors or decks. So it's very big, very big. The video is about 1 hour, 50 minutes. We'll watch only 15 minutes and we'll continue with our lecture. Okay. Are you there? Oh, you're
Yes,
gone
dog.
away.
We are
Yes, sir, we
here.
are watching the video.
Okay.
Doc, please, the sound is not coming out.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, enjoying our cruise ship.
Master, you are in Ghana. Oh. Where you dey cry? Rain the fall for there.
Oh, don't worry, very soon you go there.
I've been to here before. So nice. So are you hearing the sound?
Oh, nah.
Yeah,
I'm not
so you
hearing
are
the
watching
sound.
video. You are just watching.
You are watching the
That's great.
interior of the ship.
Thank God.
We are cruising on the ocean.
Which ocean?
I believe the way this thing they say according to say this one is the
Which
biggest.
ocean
So I
this
believe. I said, let me explain. I said, Doc said this is the big, this is the biggest. So I believe that the only ocean that can contain this cruise ship is the Pacific
Maybe the
Ocean.
Pacific Ocean. Sure.
You are a geographer.
This one, if you're inside and you don't even build a house, cry, you're okay.
Fair. If I'm here, crowd decide to die here, so they'll bury me inside.
If you don't build, cry, you're okay.
Maggie, you want to say something? Talk.
Oh, I have nothing to say. I just wanted to pass a comment, but you said it all.
In fact, we have to go on a tour over there. A tour.
Is it with your life savings or what?
10 years salary.
Oh, don't worry,
Your
we
10 years
get
salary
money.
will reach
Swear.
one.
I swear.
We will get
Even
money to
10
go.
years,
Don't worry.
I don't go reach.
We will get money to go. God will provide.
Faith without action. Master, go for yeah, pace this one. Yeah, pay queen.
I
So
want to ask. Oh, I want to ask. What's the difference between a yacht and the cruise ship?
Well, if
One is bigger and one is small.
yeah, if if I can say something.
but again, they don't know. They don't know.
If I can say something about it, the yacht is more or less like a private
Yeah, the yacht
more or
is
less,
small and this one is
yeah,
big.
it's like a private kind of a cruise ship where you enjoy your privacy and this. I think this one is more or less like a public where everybody else, the apartment that you can, just like the Titanic. Titanic is another example of cruise ship.
Okay.
This one is a ship museum. A ship museum.
Okay. All right. The lightning alone. The lighting, the whole bowl. I did feel baby. The internal decor too, top notch, on point like punctuation. Hey, there's a shop inside.
Hey.
Mall.
Hmm.
You know they have a fan.
You know, but you're Ghana.
There's a mall there. There's a no dull moment. There is no dull moment in this cruise ship.
No, emotion for Kwabrocha, but maybe someone else who Abrocha crash in now, nothing is there. Now, then, even today, Grandma auntie told me that, and we think that there's life, there's luxury over there, there's nothing, there's better you hustle here, and I was just share. What Kwabano?
But this tourism, not this is your work, working. This tourism, they are touring, not working. We go hustle and die there.
Vaza, if you look at this body, they are white. Have you seen a black man hustling here?
They got the money there already.
Go to Adbont already over there.
It means where the black men are, where the black people are crying is different from where the white people is. Only white people are here. Oh. They are apartment for black people.
You're not serious.
You see, unfortunately, in our part of the world, we don't plan towards these things. So. But the whites, they have insurances and some kind of planning. For example, at age 50, the person can plan that at age 50, he or she will go on vacation. So by age 50 or by age 30, now I'm planning BBR or when is funded for everything. But unfortunately, in our part of the world, cruising on the ship. Why is it? Even common insurance here, how many of us as teachers? And insurance is more than 4. So you can we BBI if we are in Ghana here at that beach resort,
go for loan.
How many of us?
The standard of living there is, let's say, a bit okay. I do inquiry about a friend of mine who left recently to go in school, and then he works. The school gives like some time to work. I know he work at the school, also work other part time. After the month, or are paying school fees or paying other utilities and stuff, he still have about, let's say, $150 to still save. That is what we call the system is working. Yeah, no, even the dollar has depreciated as at now. Things at the market people are not willing to reduce the price of things. So we have our own enemies. So where do we get the extra money to go and save? Cement is still 120 Ghana cedi in my area here.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So people ourselves, we don't want to have sympathy on ourselves. That's why sometimes I don't even blame the government, because the government is doing its best. But our own market, we go to the market.
The problem of the black is the black man.
Yeah. So it's like,
please watch the video. Watch the video. We are going to other question on this. Watch the video.
Hello? The other side, Maggie, the other side is also that like
I'm listening.
There's no system that also
Eric, we are listening. Talk.
Yeah, there's no system that also take care of the fact that, like, let's say,
to watch video, please. Watch the video.
Give me time, please.
Oh, take your time. The video has no audio, so I think we can deliberate on these things.
So they're like those places, like inquiry from my auntie, for instance. They, as you said, when they are working as a government worker, the system that take money from them, like every month, to save for these type of occasions or tourism. If you even stadium, like if you want to go and watch ball, you can subscribe for it. It will be paid. So you have maybe a season ticket. You can go and watch any other, like maybe sports activity that you want. It's valuable, other thing. Yeah. If you subscribe for it, they'll take money from it gradually, and the government subsidizes those money. The government subsidizes those money. Do you understand? But we don't have those systems here. That's another problem.
I'm showing them a video.
Aha. And then also, we don't have saving culture. Yeah, we don't have saving culture.
Yeah. We don't save before we spend. After spending, what is left is then we save. And that is also not helping.
Yeah, helping us. I remember when I was a child, I decided to save to buy maybe a Game Boy. When I save, I get some place. then my parents will discourage me. Same cannot say the money I have plenty, that's what I'm saving. They will stop giving feeding. I'll go and depend on the saving. So even from our various homes, we don't teach our children how to save. So when they grow with the culture of not saving towards important occasion or towards their relaxation. So these are the things that actually affect our.
Okay, it do your wedding, and they are bossy, and they are wedding.
Yeah, when you bring out Yaka.
May say. Hey, I've seen one black man. Hey, bartender. Are you? The thing is more or less like a city on its own. Shall there be alone? Ebe.
One is like it's a long-term vacation. You are going, let's say, this long vac that you are going, you can decide to spend everything there. The ship will be there because they have time. The Titanic, for instance, if you are patronizing those kind of those cruise ships, they have time that they will spend on the ocean. So if you're not ready for that, then you can't go for it. I don't know whether it's clear. So that say will also add it to it. Because Titanic, for instance, maybe they are going for 1 month or maybe a tour on the sea. Or so we are going to have realization, they have other things. Anything that I thought you can have on the land is there in the ship for you to also enjoy. So you are going like 1 month, 2 months. Now 1 month to Kobana Ejumano school 100 permission you would dear. Now obey day.
No, Broderick. Yeah, part of a mechanic say Ghana Education Service not Sanya man. Minim at our level, no. There's a doctor in my church. When he's on leave, what they do is that he also has other friends. When they are on leave, they take their leave and travel. For example, they go to Israel. No more call have it fun. Then they get back. On another leave, they plan for other countries, and then they go. But yeah, the kind of profession we chose, we can't do that. Our prof is saying that we'll have to organize one. Probably your head might give you the permission to go, but my head will not give me the permission to go. You get. And see,
Why?
yes,
Why? You have 10 day casual leave. Plus your distance.
Casual leave. The whole year you only have 10 working days.
You know,
please, we have this cruise people going on 6 weeks. So cruise people Ghana 6 weeks. You have
Mark, like is he the 10 day, even the 10 days cry, you can't take it all at once. So you take this divided with the term. So
me, I give to teacher.
Is it 2 2
no, that's
3
not
3 3. There's a ratio for it.
No, that's permission.
You can't take all at once.
Casual if you have wedding or funeral, take casual leave 10 days, 10 working days.
So let's say you are going GS, another Mahama, you are going for casual leave, then you are for wedding.
Oh, by the time you come back, you'll not be validated.
I gave somebody last week. 10 days. Casual leave.
Are you a headmaster?
But the 10 days is being back by the officer.
Yeah,
you the headmaster.
You can only give 3 days.
Yeah, it's only 3 days.
You are crossing your boundary. You can't.
You are renting it at the expense of your own headship.
Listen,
you only have 3
somebody
days.
gave it. The person write, I cover. My sister will take it and send it to the office, and then does it. So tell the system.
Yeah, it's because the office granted her 10 days. But for you, as
Oh,
the
10 days
head, you are
casual.
supposed to
We have a
go 2
casual
days.
leave 10 days. Write it. Your head will cover it. You send to a CISO send to office. You are true to go. If you are brave, you don't you have 10 days casual leave.
Exactly. Go for the 10 days casual
Cruise
leave.
people will be
Go
going
for
to so those are interested should be fast. So cruise people Ghana will be going for 6 weeks. Prepare.
I want to be validated. If I go see Suki and come and not validate, please. I want to be validated, so I can't go.
I'll come for the 10 days casual leave.
You are vacation on 20, 20 what? You are vacation on 18th or 19th. You can go book well so that by August you are
Is
coming
there
back 1
a
month.
pool in the cruise ship? Is it a pool? Or
Everything is there.
Are you?
It's a community on its own.
Hey, accept you.
If I go for the 6 week this week and I come back and maybe the ship didn't return, it's fall on the sea, and I didn't come back early. Don't you know that my salary will go?
Where do I know where do you take salary for?
Eric.
They
Let's go.
should,
Maybe the
they
ship.
should employ me as a cleaner in the cruise ship. I won't return.
The ship have fault, and then maybe
Why did you go and return, Margaret? You stay
Why?
there.
Why?
I swear, my sister.
Why 40?
you are in this.
Eric, why 40?
You are in this cruise ship, and then where you go and the ship didn't return on time. Then you share. They will not validate you.
Go for reinforcement too.
Which reinforcement?
Yeah, for that ship.
Brerick, you think these white they are like us? Do you know the extra arrangement they've done in case of any emergency? If they will even ask engineers.
We're prepared.
If your house people are following you, there's no preparedness that can save you.
Hey, Mr. Eric.
And they will fear for it too much.
I don't know, I know away, Anna.
It's surprising that because of you, only you pay, the cruise ship will waste another time on the sea.
Mr. Eric, you're not joining us. We beg you.
You, Eric, I'll move for first visit for you. First visit for you so that I go. When my uncles are back, this is Siman. I'll book first visit for you to go. At least 3 weeks.
We'll validate him.
Validation is not punishment too.
We'll validate him.
I will stand by the shore and wave goodbye.
It's not punishment. Why? Don't worry. We'll validate you. Don't worry. We'll validate.
But some of the guys also use to punish teachers.
No,
yes.
So if you know it's not punishment, why are they
report that person to the director. It's not true. It's not punishment. Don't use evaluation as punishment to anybody.
The director will never.
Why do people also find a reason to put over there?
Oh, when they get you pay for it too. They'll tax you because before you get to payroll 3 months time, what the person be eating?
You see, the nature of job that we chose. Sometimes I wonder there are certain companies they will take they apply for 10 leave and go and study and come back and work for the company. But here is our case. You can't even take 10 leave to go and say I'm going to study outside and come back and teach again. So you did now. Somebody want to strike you and come there and you go out and do. Oh, I say, Papa.
Eric, I ask you to go and learn welding so that you join the ship so that you welding so you travel. You won't go. But what is on the ship? 6 hours, 12 days, 6 weeks.
I'll go and do
7
my
months.
wedding. I'll go and I'll do my wedding here. I'll go there and do my wedding here.
Wedding or welding.
Our.
Our.
You know the artisan they're having more than us. Once a welder, it's in the Ghana naval base. You go to this see every day, but we are here complaining. She's not a profession.
That's why you must all strive to go to the university and teach. Do our doctorate, PhD, and go there and teach. That is what it is.
Exactly. That place you can go on the top.
Yes.
Look, stadium in a ship. Stadium in a ship.
I hope you.
I can get time to be traveling.
There's even an airport, so they also stadium.
Are you there?
Yes, but
Have you been watching?
yes, we are there.
We've been watching.
Yes, sir.
We've been even
The
issues
video
about
has
it.
left. So
I even though unfortunately you didn't hear the it was not audible, right?
The audio.
the sound.
Oh, you didn't get the audio.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Because of the audio, I could hear everything. It was disturbing me. I couldn't hear any of the things we were discussing, but I heard some of them. I heard about the difference between yacht and then cruise. The difference lies in the size and the capacity. You see that? Yachts are very smaller size. So cruise that's for just for mass tourism, like this one you saw. Of course, this is the largest cruise ship in the whole world, icon of the seas. And that's the largest. So the difference lies in the capacity, the size, and even the kind of services you start to enjoy when you go on cruise or yacht. So that's the difference. Okay, that's the difference. Then I also heard that hello, go ahead.
Yeah, please, have you bought the cruise ship before?
Not at all. I haven't tried it. I haven't tried it. I haven't had the opportunity to do that.
Why?
Oh, why are you saying that?
Scared.
No. Is it scary? No, I'm not scared. That I'm scared. No, I haven't had the opportunity to do that. I haven't had the opportunity to do that.
Or maybe it's expensive.
Well, it depends. It could be expensive, but actually, I haven't had the opportunity. I have a theme park. I've had the opportunity to visit Walt Disney Park in US. That one I've been there. The theme parks, they give you all manner of entertainment. All manner of things can take place there. The fireworks. Like, come again.
I've also visited the first Sutherland Park, Ghana.
Okay, that's also. But what the examples were giving, you see that it didn't
Not Molly Park.
I've been to Disneyland. I think US. That's why I've been there. It's also a big place, but different activities.
Okay.
Yes, it's a big place. They have been tailored to suit the demands of the people. If you want to watch, go to a restaurant. If you want to watch a live show, if you want to, they are all there. All manner of fireworks and everything is there. Then somebody was saying that, but here we can't work and plan towards our vacation. The rest. But here in Africa or Ghana specifically, we always go on tour. So why should we go to tour again? You understand what I'm trying to say?
No, sir.
You go on a tour because we mix tourism. We mix tourism with work. We mix leisure with work. Because the white man is able to plan, because if he goes to work, it's work. But in Africa, in Ghana specifically, if you go to work, it's mixed with leisure. So already you have the whole year, you have been having your leisure mixed up with work. So what does he want to do again? We can't plan. And that's why,
Exactly. It's true.
that's why GDP is not big. I think it's like a chicken and hen, is it chicken and egg situation. Oh.
Mm.
If we all commit ourselves to be dedicated, to be professional, to be efficient from top to down.
In our work.
Yes, in our work, wherever everybody finds himself, if you are president, wherever you find yourself, if you are this, we all work hard, and system is there to check corruption and those things. We can pay ourselves, we can be there like they are there already. It's because, as I said, we mix work with leisure. But surprisingly, the same Ghanaian travels outside and is able to make it. Of course, as we're discussing, in fact, over there, it's not easy. It's not easy. So don't think that it's easy. It's not easy. Especially, in fact, what I realized was that if you're a student and you're on a sponsorship, scholarship, full scholarship, that's where you enjoy. The other one, you have your fees are paid for you. You have something for what do you call them, for upkeeping, right? For your survival, and you have some hours that you can go and work as well. So what else again do you need? So that's why you enjoy. But if you're not a student, that one is, in fact, it can be terrible. Because it's not like, oh, let's go and visit my friend so that he buys some cake and give me half. No, it's not like that. Let me go and visit my grandmother somewhere or grandfather somewhere. I pass by their kitchen, they can give me something to eat. No, it's not like that. You have to work and eat. So after work, you work. You have to work. And because the system checks all kind of laziness and the rest. Because if you are caught not working, you'll be dismissed. So you know that you have to work hard. So you work hard. Because you work hard, that's why our people work hard. That's why when they go there, they get the money. Because they work hard. But they know that, hey, this system, if I don't work hard, I'll be in trouble. Especially if you find yourself in an area where you don't have any relative or even no Ghanaian is there and you are alone there. Say, hey, this one, I have to survive. So you work and work, that people can do all manner of work. Because they are paid in hours, they are paid wages and not end of month salary. So that's why they work hard. They can work so many jobs, go and do so many jobs in a day, 24 hours in a day. Okay. But in our case, you go, we are all teachers like you and me. If you go to teach, it doesn't matter. But at the end of the month, you get your salary. So that mentality is there. It's your head. It's my head. It's my mind deep down. So people are. So that's why we struggle. We struggle. You see. And now that we also political, we become so much political. If let's say people are not working, and then the president signs something, say that if you are not working, your salary will be deducted. Or if you don't go to work for, let's say, 1 week, we will calculate and deduct from it. What is going to happen? Agitation. And because politicians, they don't want to lose their power, they also yield. Because they are afraid that the opposition will take advantage of it. You see? So these are some of the things. But elsewhere, work is work. If you misbehave and you are dismissed, no opposition leader will take advantage of it and talk against it. You see? If you flout the law and you are caught, no opposition leader will mass up at a police station or wherever. That like what you do here. So these are the things that drawing us back. So it takes a long time. When you practice the democracy for so many years, then you become used to. Then you know that, oh, this one, you don't have to play politics with it. You have to be objective and professional. That's all. You see. So it's a work. If you're not productive, income levels are affected. You see. If we are not productive, and who will produce these goods and services or total output? It's human beings, labor mainly, right? Labor, factors of production. The most important of them is human resource. The human resource will have to, put otherwise, you have to put other inanimate resources together to produce something. So if the human resource is messing up, our development will slow down. It will delay. You see, so that's the issue. As somebody said, you see, there you are working, you are planning. You know that you work, you can plan that, oh, next year I'll travel to maybe China, I'll travel to this area. So you plan towards it. See, you plan towards it. In fact, if you're a student, you have scholarship, everything, that one you enjoy. That one is true. You enjoy. You really enjoy. Because you don't have anything to worry about. It's left to you to learn and then excel. And that's why our students also excel. And some of our students, they do very well when they go outside. You see, they do very well. Because facilities are there, everything is there. So I remember one university, I think University of South Dakota or something in the US. They wrote to us, our Department of Economic Studies, School of Economics, that we should encourage our students to go there because we had one TA who went there and then did marvelously well. So he set a precedence there. So always they were interested in getting our students. They wrote to us. See. That was a situation. We all have to make a conscious effort, but we also, because especially now with the politics, we are for even we have to lie against our opponent. We have to lie against each other to make our opponent feel something. So it will take a long time for us to get there. Yeah, Eric. Yeah.
Yeah, he said they wrote to you. So if I can see so that I can go.
They wrote to our department. Yes, asking for encouraging our students to go there. There's one university in America.
Yeah, I'll contact you after the class.
I have to be sure about the university. After university there, especially if you do let me give you a general advice. If you want to enhance your chances of getting full scholarship in the US or even in some of the European countries, if you have the money, you can do the GRE. No GRE. It's an examination that they do.
TOEFL, those things.
GRE for master's program. It's for master's program. See, so GRE, you do it and get a good score. You can easily get a scholarship. And if you're a lady, you do GRE, you get a good score, and on top of it, you have an upper or first class. You can easily get a scholarship.
Wow.
Can easily get it. So the GRE, that one, now that the exchange rate has stabilized, I think you should be able to save and then go and do it. You can do it in Ghana, yes. But they will charge you Ghana cedis anyway. It's dollars, but they will convert it. So you cannot plan, but in our part of the world, it's difficult to be difficult. You see, we are at work and then now with the phones in our hands, we'll do all manner of things. The other day I saw a video so many years ago, or not, some nurses who were Facebooking or some sort of TikToking or something like that in the OPD or so. It came to I think it was shown on the internet somewhere.
Yeah, it's true.
They were at the OPD and then they were the Facebook or TikToking. So these are some of the things. But maybe all of us will die and go, and those who will come maybe maybe. So you can plan and go on a trip. You can even go to Dubai. Dubai is nice. You're there about 2 or 3 times. And even I didn't plan to go there because I was going to US and there was a transit. I took a Emirates. Then we had a transit there. In this case, I think I spent 1 day. So I took the opportunity to tour certain places. It's nice. It's good for us, but we ourselves, we do it almost every day. So
When are we going?
who?
Oh, yeah. You plan for it.
Yeah, plan for it. It shall be well. So now,
Amen.
so now that you have done tourism demand and supply, let's look at tourism forecasting. Forecasting tourism demand. You want to forecast tourism demand, but forecasting is very important. Okay, it's very important because if you're able to forecast properly, it can help you to plan very well. If you're into any business in the tourism sector, so you need forecasting and plan. So forecasting tourism demand. So what is forecasting? As you know, forecasting is the art of predicting the occurrence of events before they actually take place. Okay. But so we try to estimate the future demand at a destination. Okay. So usually you look at maybe historical data, what has happened over the years, and based on that, you can predict into the future. So looking at for the past 5 years, the arrivals for this particular event, see, it has been increasing. So averagely, it has increased. It has been increasing at an average rate of maybe 20%. So it means that when I'm planning, I know that next year it's likely that 20% will be a 20% increase. So when I'm a supplier in that sector, or I'm one of the firms in that sector, when I'm planning, I know how I'm going to factor that into my plans. So forecasting is good. See, it's good, but it's not simple. It's not easy. Okay, because when you take tourism, you know that so many factors affect it. So many factors. So it makes it highly unpredictable. But all that's being equal, you can predict. See? For example, nobody predicted the onset of COVID. Did you predict? No. You couldn't predict. You see that? Or earthquake. So maybe you are into that sector, and you are planned that next year a lot of diasporans will come to maybe Ghana, or to your city, your community that you are living in your town. Then say, you plan towards it. Then there's an earthquake. Even a day before, there's an earthquake. You see that the whole thing will be, you can't go ahead with that. The whole thing will be thrown overboard, you see. So that's why it is difficult to predict in some cases, especially in the tourism. So with forecasting tourism, we are trying to indicate the future demand of tourism. Okay, we are trying to get at least the magnitude, so that we'll be able to help you to plan as an maybe entrepreneur in that sector. Okay. So most of the time, the forecasting is done at the destination level. See, at destination level. So how many people will visit Ghana next Panafest? How many people will visit Ghana next? I think there's something that they do. Is it Christmas? Something that there's a what is that? Those in Accra, you should be able to tell me. They used to do some Christmas thing in Accra. Christmas something. So you predict.
Chalawate.
And then another one. Now, the last one is Christmas something. Christmas something. Chalawate is there. Yes, that's also one. And they say Christmas in something. Anyway. So you plan, expecting that, if you follow previous arrivals, you think that, the arrival will be good this time around too. So you plan towards it. Okay. So sound forecasting requires a sensible amalgam of rigorous scientific analysis and sound practical experience. Okay, so if you want to do proper forecasting, you have to go through scientific methods, right? Do a rigorous scientific analysis. It's not any kind of analysis that you can do and then use it to predict. Your prediction may not be accurate. It will be something else. So first, if you are going to predict, you must start on accurate information. It's like the foundation. If the foundation is weak, superstructure cannot stand. So if you are going to predict, and then the first information or the information that you have is faulty, it's suspect, then your prediction will also be faulty or suspect. Okay. So even the forecast should be revised from time to time, especially with tourism demand forecast. Because so many things happen. So many things can happen within a period and can have effect on the tourism demand. Let's look at concept of demand measurement. Concept of demand measurement. We talk about market demand, it can have several meanings. So demand can be measured for product level. Okay. So here we are talking about total product, demand for a certain product. Okay. Geographical level, whether the world, the country, the destination. The time level, present, short, medium, or long term. So each type of demand measurement serves a specific purpose. Serves a specific purpose. So somebody who is a tour operator will only be interested in short-term forecasting, right? So that he or she will be able to know the necessary seat and hotel rooms that will be needed. But somebody who works at the National Tourist Office or Chief Executive Officer of a national tourist, maybe Ghana Tourism Authority, they will need medium and long-term forecasting so that they're able to secure the necessary infra and superstructure to cope with the increasing demand. Okay. So when you are talking about market levels, different market levels, you can make a distinction between total market, potential market, available market, served market, and penetrated market. See, total market, potential market, available market, served market, and penetrated market. So what is the total market? Total market is simply the sum of the actual and potential customers of products. So actual, those who actually buy the commodity, and those who have that potential, see, maybe they have expressed some interest in it. So put them together, that gives a total market. So the potential market consists of those consumers that profess some interest in a defined product. Interest in a defined product. Okay. The available market consists of those consumers who have the interest and the necessary income to visit a destination, along with no access constraints, right? The available market therefore consists of those consumers who have the interest and the necessary income to visit a destination. The served market is part of the available market. Okay, the served market. And usually it's up to the management of that destination to decide which segment of the market that they are interested in, which of them are they going to pursue, and so forth and so on. So, for example, whether they are going to pursue the middle class people or upper class people. Then penetrated market consists of the set of consumers who actually purchase the product, the tourist product. See, the penetrated market consists of a set of consumers who actually purchase the tourist products. So what is market demand? Market demand for a destination, right, is the total volume that will be bought by a defined customer group in a defined geographical area, a defined time period, a defined marketing environment, under a defined marketing program. Okay. So market demand for a destination is the total volume that will be bought by a defined customer group in a defined geographical area, in a defined time period, in a defined marketing environment, under a defined marketing program. So here, several elements become relevant. Talk about total volume. We talk about arrivals, nights, and receipts. Customer group, whole market or segment. Time period, short, medium, or long term. Marketing environment, marketing program, and so forth and so on. So when you talk about market demand, total market demand, don't expect to see a fixed number, but a function. It's a function. So because of that, we refer to it as market demand function or market response function. Market demand function or market response function. So once you have a market demand, you can also have company demand. See? A company can be a hotel, resort, or even a particular destination. A company demand is a company's share of total demand. Company share of total demand. Then company demand, like the market demand, is also a function. So I'm talking of the company demand function. Okay. So it is subject to all determinants of market demand plus all other elements that influence company share. Now, qualitative methods. So now we turn attention to the method that we can adopt when we want to forecast tourism demand. The method that we can make use of. We talk about qualitative approaches of assessing future demand. Now, qualitative approaches, they are not based on any scientific research, but they are based on pooled opinions of groups of experts. See, pooled opinions of groups of experts, or simply the consumer. Okay. And this method does not lead us to precise mathematical results, but rather indicate a possible range of future tourism demand. So usually it is advised that even if you resort quantitative analysis, if you complement it with qualitative one, it will be very useful. So if you are doing qualitative, if you complement it with qualitative or the reverse, that would be good. You are doing qualitative and then you complement it with so more qualitative analysis, that will be fine. Now, this qualitative method, the qualitative method, we can divide into three main categories. One, traditional approaches, the Delphi method, judgment-aided models. Okay, traditional approaches, Delphi method, judgment-aided models. For the traditional approaches, we can talk about two main methods. The first one that we can talk about is holiday surveys. I think we mentioned holiday surveys some time ago. Holiday surveys. Then second one is the surveys of travelers in the generating market. Surveys of travelers in the generating market. Okay. So these surveys sometimes, or in many cases, include the opinion of our tour operators and travel agencies. Delphi method, one of the qualitative methods. So the Delphi model. So what is the Delphi model? It is a systematic method of combining the knowledge and experience of experts in many disciplines to form a group consensus of opinion about the likely occurrence of specific future events. Usually the aim is to provide an indication of the degree of probability that these events will take place within specified time periods. And there are a number of steps involved in the Delphi model. First, you define the problem. So in this case, you try to determine what should be forecast and what are the relevant factors. Two, selection of panel members. This is based on the expertise required and on the expert willingness to participate. And it's a very important step in the Delphi method. This is based on the expertise required and on the expert willingness to participate. So selection of panel members. So you define your problem. After you have defined the problem, you look out for experts. Okay. Then preparation and distribution of first questionnaire. Okay. Then analyze and summarize the responses. Then the next step, you start the second round. Second round, what do? You synthesize the responses from the first round and you send it back to the panel members. Then there'll be analysis of the answers of the second round. That is, the replies to the second round are processed and summarized in a similar way to the reactions to the first round. Okay. Then finally, you come out with your final report. So that is the Delphi method. Identify the problem, select appropriate panel members, distribute the questionnaire first round, analyze the responses and summarize responses. Start the second round with the synthesis of the outcome of the first round, then analyze the answers of the second round, then finally come out to the report. Then, when we have a group discussion like this, a group going to decide or going to deliberate and come out with some decisions, there's always the danger of one or two people dominating, what we call the bandwagon effect. See, that's the danger with it. So DEFI method does not allow exchange of ideas among the experts because of the danger of tendency to a bandwagon effect. DEFI study results are often expressed in the form of the probability that trends or events will occur during specific time periods. So probabilities. Judgment aided models. So the most common qualitative approach is to bring together a panel of experts and ask them to achieve a consensus. A panel of experts and ask them to achieve a consensus on a particular event or on a question. Okay, so you bring together some experts and pose a question and ask them to deliberate on it, come out with a try to achieve a consensus on it. Okay. In tourism, very often we make use of seminars. Okay. Of course, this also suffers from has the danger of bandwagon effect. We have a second judgment-aided method, and that's called scenario writing. Scenario writing. A scenario is an account of what will happen, given the known facts and trends. Given the known facts and trends. How do you implement this technique? You have three components. One, a description of the current situation. That's the baseline analysis. What is the case now? What's the case now? And two, at least one feature image. One feature image, a description of the potential situation in the future. And three, for each feature image, at least one feature part showing how the current situation could develop to the eventual feature image. See? So if you want to implement this scenario writing, this is these are the three components that you can be guided by. We have a third judgment-aided method, that is morphological analysis. Morphological analysis. So here, some steps are involved. You identify the most important variables, either based on intuition or based on multivariate regression. Each of the variables is considered in turn to assess its possible magnitude and effect. to assess its possible magnitude and effect. And 3, parameters are placed in a multi-dimensional matrix, which is referred to as a morphological box, to assess the interaction on demand. And 4, an estimation is made of the most desirable level of demand in relation to the variables at work. When it comes to the field of tourism, this morphological analysis is not very common. Only few applications that you can find. Quantitative methods. So here we will consider 3 different quantitative approaches: univariate time series analysis or methods, regression analysis, gravity and trip generation models. Gravity and trip generation models. So let's look at univariate time series models. So the this univariate, when you say univariate, it means that there's only one variable involved here, So if it is a tourist arrivals, it's tourist arrivals. If it's tourist receipt, right? If it's number of hotels, it's number of hotels. It's univariate. So this univariate one starts from the assumption that a variable may be forecast without reference to the factors that determine the level of the variable. So it means that, so if it's tourist arrivals that we're talking about, then you can forecast into the future without making reference to the factors that can influence the level. That's the point you're trying to make. See? So they are non-causal techniques, or forecasting by extrapolation. Okay. So what is extrapolation? When it comes to extrapolation, you are saying that the factors that were the main cause of growth or decline in the past will continue to be the cause, continue to be the cause going forward, you see, in the future. That is extrapolation. So if tourist arrivals are influenced by a certain number of factors, we are saying that the same number of factors will continue to influence tourist arrivals in the near future. But as I told you, this is a sector that's very, very volatile. And because it's a very, very volatile sector, it's affected by so many factors. When you are using this technique, you should be cautious about it. You should be very cautious about it. When we look at the literature, we have several invariant time series models. I've listed some of them there, but a number of them we hardly use it in tourism. They have very little value for tourism. But the most widely used one in tourism is the trend extrapolation based on time series. Trend extrapolation based on time series. Trend extrapolation. Okay. Now, what is a time series? Time series is a set of data collected regularly. So it can be daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, or over a period of time. So if we take arrivals to Ghana, tourist arrivals to Ghana every year, but we have a yearly report every year, then it's a time series. If you take it on monthly basis, or so once you take it regularly, either even daily or weekly, or it's a time series. It's a time series. A time series. So this trend analysis that we are talking about, you can only use them when certain conditions are met. And the conditions are to ensure that time series data is available, the future must be similar to the past. See, the future must be similar to the past. And it should be possible for you to detect some trends and provide a short-term forecast. So we are saying that if you are going to use a trend extrapolation, then all these conditions must be there. Short-term forecast. And we should ensure that the environment is stable. Stable in the sense that we don't want a situation where there are some shocks. If there are some shocks, it will disrupt the whole thing, and it will not make the forecasting reliable. Now, so if you are going to follow the trend, this is how you go about it. So the most common trend, take a straight line form. Just take a straight line form. Where y is equal to a plus bt. I think this equation, I've seen it before in SHS and even in junior high school. It's a linear equation. It's a straight line form. Where y is a dependent variable, or the forecast variable, y is a dependent variable or forecast variable. So for example, you can talk about number of visitors. Then T, talk about time period. Time period. A constant will be estimated using regression analysis. Look at it. is the intercept, as you know, intercept, and B is the slope or the gradient, the slope or the gradient. So that's the regression coefficient, the slope or gradient. It measures what changes in y as a function of t. So in other words, when t changes, the effect it will have on y. That's what is captured by the B, the slope. So we do some small calculations, statistics. So we want to determine the least squares trend line equation. So we have y is equal to a plus b. So how do we determine the b? We use this formula. See, this is a formula that we should be familiar with. So if you want to estimate a, that's what the formula is given. This is an example. We have sales in millions. See, sales in millions. So it could be sales by a certain hotel, right? Or Camilton, or ticket sales by a certain airliner over the years from 2000 to 2004. You have data like this, and you are asked to determine the least squares trend line equation. Least squares trend line equations. So you are come to use the formula here. So it means that you have to get all these components. See, equation 3-3. You have to get all the components. Sigma ty, that will sum up the multiplication of t and y. You see, and so forth and so on. So let's see how we are going to do it. Now, first, get your data as it is, 2000 to 2004. The sales are here. That's the outcome variable. So that's the y, or forecast variable y. Okay. Now, then put t there. That is the time. The first variable goes with 1 because you are following the years, right? So 1, 2, 3, up to 5. Okay. So 1 for the beginning. The beginning year. Then 2, 3 follows in that order. Then t times y. T times y. You multiply all that there. Then sum it up. Then t squared. But they are all in the formula, so that's why we have all this. So you are not just imagining things. You are going by the formula, you see. You need t squared, sum of t squared, sum of t, and then all squared. So that's what we are trying to do. So we are following the formula. Then you have your relevant variables there, relevant values there. So now go and substitute into the formula. So if we substitute the formula, this is what you have. B is 1.3, A is 6.1. So this is a trend line equation. This is a trend line equation. The one I've just highlighted, that's a trend line equation. So how do you interpret it? How do you interpret it? 1.3 indicates that sales increase at a rate of 1.3 million per year. See? 1.3 million per year. Don't forget, the data is in millions. That's why we are using 1.3 million. 1.3 is here. It means that as the years, every year, sales will increase by 1.3 million. That's what it means. Now, as you know, 6.1 is the intercept. 6.1 is the intercept. That is the estimated sales when t is equal to 0. When t is equal to 0. And it means that estimated sales amount for 1999, the base year, is 6.1. 1999, the base year, is 6.1. So the base year is not here. The 1999 is not here. But from the result, you can see that the sales amount for 1999 is 6.1 million. These are various forms of equations that can use to forecast tourism demand. You can see the first one is exponential equation. You see? So all these are forms of or types of equations. You have the exponential, you have the semi-log, you have the log-log, you have hyperbola, you have modified exponential, quadratic, S-shaped curve, and so forth and so on. Sorry, let me take this call. Hey, Martha. Good evening.
What you put it near here? What you put it here? Eh? What you put it woman? Hello.
Hello.
Okay. I thought I'm the only one who
No, he
who
said he
cannot hear.
was taking a call.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Barrick. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Please, so does don't give us the recorded version of the online what?
Which one is that? The
The
ecotourism.
previous ones, the previous recordings.
Yeah, now they are doing it YouTube. Is it now? It's not the way they be sending it again. Google Drive.
Oh, okay.
It's YouTube. So I think the it has been sent on one of the platforms.
What link
Uh,
is that? On what platform?
Let me see. I think social science also. Social science.
Is it on economics of tourism?
Yeah, they send
Because
all those ones. They are now all of them are now on YouTube.
I'm not privy to that, so well, you
So where
after
you
the
go
class,
to
I'll call. So
BS social science switch.
let me see.
So
Social science. Social science.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't think it's on the social science platform.
No,
I also
where is
don't
it?
have it.
yeah, I just sent it to the tourism platform.
You just sent it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So now they are doing it YouTube.
Okay.
Mark.
Eric.
This one like we should be watching some cruise ships more. Or
Man.
Hello.
We are here.
The Papa Queen.
I think it's time. Or
I also mom.
Yeah, it's time. It's time.
50 minutes of time. Hold on.
No. We didn't take break.
You were watching the cruise, not to those big time.
And we're all part of the lesson.
Ma, you go take. I said, I could so the Queen. Make a book for you.
Oh, if you allow me to pay.
Hello.
But that one,
hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Sorry. I had to pick this call. Well, it was emergency, so I had to respond to it. We'll finish very soon. I think it's almost about 18 minutes. So let's see what we can do. We want to reach somewhere that we can conveniently stop. Yeah. So we want to get to So we are looking at these forms of or types of equations. So you can use any of these equations to estimate thousand demand function and use it to forecast. Okay. So for example, the S-shaped one, look at the S-shaped one. S-shaped one is appropriate when there is an introduction stage, a rapid growth stage, and finally a maturity stage. See, finally maturity stage. Okay. Let me see. I think when you start this one, the 15 minutes, we can't use it to finish this part. So I think this is the appropriate place to stop. So we have looked at trend, extrapolation. Next time, when we meet, to look at the regression analysis and causal. Remember when we were looking at the beginning, I said that at the beginning of this forecasting, I told you that extrapolation in a varied time series analysis is not causal. It's not causal. Okay. So now we'll turn attention to regression analysis. That is a causal method. Causal method, one of the causal methods that you can use. Okay. So on this note, if you don't have any question, then I think I can leave you to enjoy the rest of the evening. Tomorrow you are going to work. Going to go work hard. I wish you a productive week.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you, Prof.
thank you so much, sir.
You are welcome.
Hey, what's dog?
Thank you, Doc.
Where's dog?
Thank you.
I went for up a little bit. What's happening?
Class close.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Elijah, go and sleep.
according to Matthew. While they were eating, Jesus broke it and his disciples, take and eat. This is my body.